Hello! Hello, everyone! Hello, everyone. How are we doing? How are we doing today? Uh, I hope we're doing well because we are about to go back into the great Ace Attorney adventure. Um, as I said in, I think, like, basically all of my statuses, I just came back from Six Flags, so I might be a little low energy. Because I did have fun and I walked around and rode coasters, but we are still going to be doing a stream today, mostly because I want my last day off tomorrow to actually be a day off. Because after that I get to go back into work for 10-hour days for 4 days in a row, which means I'm going to be dead. But yeah. So also I have dinner next to me. This is a plate of Taco Bell nachos. So if you see me grabbing nachos, that's why. I literally just came back like an hour ago. I didn't really get much time to relax. I came home and I was like, okay, I gotta get a stream ready and then I gotta eat a little bit so we can get into the stream. And speaking of getting into stream, let's get into it. Please try not to redeem your accent voice points today, because I will already be doing accents, and I'm tired enough as it is. Ugh. Converse. Last night. Mr. Roylott, we'd like to talk to you about something. No! Oh! I do not want to talk. Leave my cabin now. Ugh, this is going terribly. We're not getting anywhere here. I agree, but there may be someone else who can help. Hey, Herlock, you want to come out of the closet? You gonna get out of the wardrobe there? You want to? Wants, but he's not even like writing down evidence. He's just like drawing. He's just like doodling. It's like doodling a stick figure picture of me, Susato, and Mr. Roylott, and it's titled "Funny two Russians and cute Japanese girl," like, because he still thinks I'm Russian. Is there, Mr. Roylott? We'd like to talk to you about something. Oh, okay, it's the same. Okay. Yeah, I should have figured. Examine. I do want to get some of the other examinations out of the way though, because this bothered me because it moved left him. What do you think you're doing? This is my cab. Get out! Could we just have a quick look inside your traveling case, perhaps? No! What a pity. I think we're out of luck. I think you're right. There doesn't appear to be anything more we can do. I agree. Maybe someone... Okay. Yes, I get it. You don't have to point him out to me every fucking time. I wanted to search around a little bit, alright? God damn. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only to address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call the great powers of my great powers of detection into service. Oh, and it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. I think I did this way better last time. Hold on. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on, for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host is in this cabin. This cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding in secret? Why? The truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh, yes, please! Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. There's a lot of greats in that sentence. My duty good? Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you or anyone. That's right, and Mr. Sholmes? I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. Shh! I must have complete silence. I must deduce in my head. No logic. None whatsoever. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I've quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all of the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. Controvertible? What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Huh? And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn. You are, at this very moment, no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you've been discovered. Does it not? Ugh! Oh, Naruhodo-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction? Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What? What ineffable twaddle? Twaddle? What ineffable twaddle? The fuck? Oh, yes, I read about it countless times in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true. She's such a fangirl and I love it. I can hardly believe it, but all the color is drained from Mr. Royat's face. How could you... How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then. I shall elucidate. And I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So, do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. The great deduction. The game is afoot. The game is a game. Old man's identity. Now, I saw this at E3. I don't exactly remember all that happened, but I have seen this point of the game. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Herlock, obviously what catches the eye in the first place. Lights, please. Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away that copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. Lights, please, again. The question is then begged is this. Why would you decide to rid yourself of your magnificent beard, Mr. Herlock? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular the fascinating front-page article, which it would appear you have read also, Mr. Herlock. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Sure. Hey, I'm still quite hungry. So if you just, I'm gonna devour these nachos. I'm gonna mess up my voice because fucking tip for doing anything with voices or singing or anything, do not ingest dairy beforehand. It clogs the throat a little bit, makes the mucus kind of act up. So if you're going to do a voice, don't eat dairy beforehand, you know, like I'm doing. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary villain, Bolshevik, flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Lights again! I can control the light on the ship with a snap of a finger. Having noted the article yourself, you decide to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, villain Bolshevik. Now that I've heard of you myself, not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. Conclusion, a revolutionary on the run. Where did I put my cell phone? I see, 1 second. Now, as for my second conclusion, that my capture card is going to fall. That is my second conclusion. One second. Good. Okay. That all set up. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh, yes, Mr. Herlock. They're taken unawares. People have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Ah! And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where a furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps. One slight enough to fit therein. Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime. Yes, hello, Potato. Hello. What does that word? Coup de... Not coup d'etat. Coup d'oil? Oil? I don't know French. I don't know how to French. I don't know how to other languages. I don't speak any other languages besides English. And I barely speak English well. 20 plus years of speaking it, I still don't speak it well. I still slip up on this language. This stupid fucking language. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup de betrays you. Once again, we need only to follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. For there is another most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page, renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Conclusion. Kidnapping of a young ballerina. Now, just putting this out there as most people might figure out, Holmes is bullshitting. Sorry, Sholmes is bullshitting. Or should I say, bullshoming? No, that's dumb. Bullshitting. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the Russian enigma. Elementsky. Putting ski at the end of something does not make it Russian. Ryunosuke. Susato-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Because it's bullshit. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here for a moment? Hello, Jay. How are you today? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. I am doing fucking poggers. Good to hear. Good to hear, my dude. Well, to start with, the newspaper article, I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. It's their birthday. Happy fucking birthday. How old are you turning? 15, right? That happy 15th birthday, my man. That is 1 year away from achieving your license. And take advice from a 25-year-old man who does not have his license. Get your license. Fucking work hard at practicing driving and getting your license. I have so much less freedom. I am 25 and cannot drive. Do your best to get driving as soon as you can. It frees you up for so much. And I am miserable with no way to get anywhere but walking. Anyway, but happy birthday. I hope you were enjoying your day. I'm definitely enjoying my day. I went to Six Flags, and now I'm streaming. Something that I do want to stream, so. This is my first time at a Six Flags ever. We had one in California. We had Magic Mountain. That was in NorCal. Never went up there. So this Six Flags was close, and so we went on. It was me, my sister, and my mom. We went on Pandemonium. We went on the Log Flume, Thunder Rapids. I went on Batman and also American Thunder. My sister and my mom didn't do it. But we all went on Screaming Eagle as well, and it was very good because my mom had been to Six Flags, and she's like, "Oh, I want to ride the Screaming Eagle again. Like, this is my childhood. I want to ride the Screaming Eagle again." We had decided to do the Screaming Eagle like near the end of the trip, and my mom was just toiling. She has a bum knee, and she is like really just bad with walking. She gets winded. She was winding down, and she's like, "You guys just go on without me. You can go on the Screaming Eagle yourselves." And we were like, Are you sure, Mom? This is like all you've talked about like all day is going on the Screaming Eagle. She's like, yeah, I'm sure. And we're like, we can take it as slow as you want. We're getting you up there. She's like, okay. And we got her on the Screaming Eagle, and she had a lot of fun. You know, it was just very cool. You know, she talked about it like from like minute one. She's like, I want to go on the Screaming Eagle. Where's the Screaming Eagle? Is that the Screaming Eagle? Where's it on the map? I was like, and we went on other rides just because, like, you know, we wanted to, and it was super fun to see her. I wasn't with her. I was like a seat, like she was like 2 seats up, because it's only 2. Oh, we also went on the Justice League ride, which was basically Astro Blasters but with the Justice League held in the Hall of Justice, which is such a fucking cool set piece. I love that. I have pictures of Six Flags that I will be putting up on my Twitter off of stream. But yeah. Oh, my favorite out of all those has to be the Screaming Eagle, followed closely by Batman. It wasn't very themed. Like, there was like the entrance queue was like, it had the like a bat, the bat symbol, and like a bat suit across. But after that, like, it was like there was no theming, but it was super fun anyway. Like, just, oh man, super cool. But Screaming Eagle was even better because it was so true to the ride's name, I was screaming like the entire time. I was like, help, 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 help. Because honestly, it was faster and more intense than I had thought. I was like, ah. Like, oh Jesus. But it was damn fun. It was damn fun. But yeah, it was a fun day. I hope you had a fun day as well, Jay, because it is your birthday. When I went on the Wizard and Dark Knight, speaking of Dark Knight, my friend lost their glasses on it. That is why they do warn you. They do warn you, please put your loose articles in your cubby holes. Or somewhere on your person, you're not going to lose it. They do warn you. Ooh, hold on. I got memorabilia. Did I bring it in from the car? Yes, I did. Got a souvenir. It's a shot glass. That is the only thing I could think of getting. It is a Flash-themed... Oh. It's a Flash-themed shot glass. It's really cool. I am going to be using this. I'm going to be using this invisible glass. That's the thing with the NVIDIA thing, is like, if it is not your person body, or a fan apparently, it does not like rendering it. It's like I'm having a... I want to do what Tom Fox does when I get a green screen. I want to get a green cup for drinking, so that it's just gonna look like I'm drinking invisible air, like drinking from this like invisible cup I have. But I'm probably just gonna stick with my mug. So like the fun thing, the cool thing about the green screen is that I'm not gonna have to worry about fan, and NVIDIA not wanting to work, but I will lose a comedy like this. Unless I get green things, or I chroma key it for other colors. I'm gonna need to learn how to green screen. Anyway, yes, I recall our discussion earlier, and at the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary. Well, able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina, indeed a truly startling revelation. Sholmes is very attractive. He's meant to be. He is anime Sherlock Holmes. And people have been thirsting over Sherlock Holmes since, you know, his inception. And especially after Barnacle Cumbersnatch played him in BBC Sherlock. And yes, I did call him Barnacle Cumbersnatch. There's also names like Bumbersnoot Contraceptive, Blueberry Cornetto. I love making dumb names for... One night, me and my friends... Have I watched Dean? Yes. Not all the way through, though. I need to finish it. One thing that is keeping me from finishing it is I can't remember the blonde dude's name, but he is the worst character in the series. I love that he has this cool lightning power. I hate that he yells and screams all the time. Nice to thank you. I did not mean to let it grow out, but thank you anyway. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child in that case, even if you push really hard. I don't suppose... Yes. Homosexual. Well, that is... one of them is the bisexual flag. I don't know what the other heart is, honestly. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I?
Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out.
In that case. I mean, that's one way to put it, Susato. Some years ago, I remember reading, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain leafness in their bodies. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it surely was. It would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself to the confines of that small case. I don't think she's been consuming fucking vinegar, Sholmes. Hey, can I have some of that water? It's not water. Oh, vodka, I like your style. It's vinegar. What? It's vinegar, pussy.
Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes.
Ugh, this whole thing is turning into a circus. You're telling me.
Mr. Naruhodo, something occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of the matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seems a little off.
A little? Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Mr. Sato.
It's just one or two keywords in his deductions that seem to let him down. So, I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think?
Switch some keywords in his deductions.
Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction.
Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. No, it wasn't. No, it fucking wasn't. You cannot lie to me, Sholmes. You're a bad detective, and you're an even worse liar. This man is a lot of work. Oh, man. At times I wonder how anyone puts up with me. I wonder the same. It's not that funny. Where'd the handcuffs go? Did Sholmes? Is Sholmes actually related to Houdini? Or is Naruhodo related to Houdini? Someone is related to Houdini somewhere. Sholmes eat his handcuff. Yes, he's madder eater lad. He just on the handcuffs. Huh? How did? I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it.
Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel.
No, I'm a DC. Don't you know DC stands for Detective Comics? And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. With his fucking pipe. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Hold it. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Hold on, can I autoplay this? Autoplay. We've already voiced this, we've already done this, we just need to... Ah!
I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard?
Oh, I doubt something I'll ever... I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though.
It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either.
Which means I suppose that the deduction is wrong.
Let's try to switch a key word there, Mr. Naruhodo-san. And see if it helps matters.
Right. But how?
I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott.
I wonder if it's really his beard that they intended to use those shears on.
Exactly. If we do manage to find something that that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholm's deduction better,
Then what?
then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr.
Naruhodo-san. Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around in that last sentence. Hey, to answer your question, Ryunosuke, it's because you're the detective. It's because you're the fucking lawyer here. You're the main character. You're the defense attorney. You're the great ace attorney. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really going to use those enormous shears for? Oh, hello. Look at that. It's a cape. What the? What's this?
It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks.
No. The color is not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's head? And how is it growing out from underneath his thick black hair?
Well, yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising.
Something's definitely not right here. Present.
Yes.
Yes. I have the power to control the lights as well, Mr. Sholmes. You were on the verge of using those shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Yes, the one I was intending to expose and not the one I didn't even notice until now. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. Ugh. You're not a man at all. You're a woman, and from judging the length of your and sheen of your hair, one still very much in her youth. Oh no! If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of those magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. No clear evidence to shed light on that matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Yeah, not the one on the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea the old man was really a young woman in disguise. Did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that?
Yes, it was a surprise, Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you?
Sorry?
You look like you're in the element as you dance around the room deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes.
I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. Baka. It's not like I'm having fun or anything. Baka. Fucking Tsundere Nara. Fucking Tsundere Ryunosuke here. This is strictly business, not...
Yes, I understand. Say no more.
Well, anyway, let's focus on the next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now.
No, that's true. Given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman.
Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary.
I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Yes. Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best. It is the newspaper article about the ballerina. Oh, oops. I have to present it with the X.
Yes!
Yes! Alright, what was I? The evidence that reveals the true identity is of course the article about the ballerina. That's right. You've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich ballerina's prima ballerina, Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Ah! Oh, Jesus. You good? Looks funny with the mustache. Wait, with just the mustache, I mean. Yeah, Russian. And then woman. You're right. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. A ballerina on the run. Ballerina on the run. Ballerina on the run. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh, yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, the propensity to let the eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eye speaks so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. What that mouth do? Should not ask that, she's 15. Oops. I was just reciting a meme. The answer we seek lies in where the furtive glance falls. You've seen this shit before. Yes, the traveling case. This woman is the ballerina, and she's right in front of her eyes. So clearly she can't be inside that traveling case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what's the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I'm gonna have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. You seem to look pleased, Mr. Naruto-san. You like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Stop it! Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Very small case, isn't it? You can see instantly that no person can possibly fit inside there. So, does that tell us that Miss Pavlova's telling glance in the direction was focused on something else? If that's true, though, it doesn't make sense. What do you mean? Well, if there's nothing incriminating inside this case, why did she refuse to let us look inside? Yes, I wonder why. Perhaps she has a perfectly harmless reason, though. What else? The tiara. She stole it, technically. Wow, look at this dazzling tiara. I've never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, do you think? Oh, Naruhodo-san, try it on! What? Me? Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it on? Oh, no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. Why does this tiara look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently. Present.
Yes!
Yes!
Hold on. The proof of your crime is surely this tiara.
Ah! I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft. Oh no! Yes, you left your ballet troupe unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. Pavlova, I have no one. No family, no friends. I am all alone. And I need money. Russian. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia? It belongs to me. This girl's only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. Must have been extremely lonely. Alright, I will tell you everything. There is no point in hiding it now. Come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open the traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wished it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case even before I have ever laid eyes on them. Dear me, we're not well suited to the life of crime, are we? Careless. Once again, you only refer to the answer. Ah, the ship. Hold on. Something here that bothers me. The books that were on the shelf in our room, in Ryunosuke and Sogi's room, they were in the same formation until we, arranged them again. Completely changed tack with his deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to change the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? It's just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true, but still, Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. Then there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in that same area. That's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. I agree. That's the only answer.
Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. Let's see the books on the shelf here. It looks like these are all the same books that we have in our cabin. I suppose the steward likes to make sure passengers have plenty to read for the long voyage.
And have you noticed how all the books have fallen over, just like in Kazuma-san's cabin? It's almost like someone taking a sweep with them.
Maybe Miss Pavlova? Maybe she was practicing her ballet? Anyway, the point is, we don't have time to look through all these books at the moment.
We couldn't even if we wanted to. They're all in Russian.
Well, that's a relief. Let's try to look elsewhere. I have a feeling it's the rules of passage, but let's look at the small picture first.
This is a charming little picture, isn't it?
What is it? Someone climbing a steep mountainside?
Or a descending one, it seems to me.
When you've been on the flat sea for a while, maybe you start seeing hills and mountains and everything. Maybe. It's the door.
These are the rules of passage for the traveler aboard the SS Burya.
Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. She has the snake. There was the exact same notice on our cabin too on what happens if you break the rules.
Oh dear, I'm sure the punishment would be severe, Naruhodo-san. You'd probably be left adrift in the freezing cold.
It's a bit of a dark thought for you.
Or shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end.
Now you're just making fun of me. So I've actually been serving time for weeks now, have I? I could have checked the cabin door anyway. It's a metal door, the same as in Kazuma-san's cabin.
Yes, and the rather slim bolt is the same as well.
Well, if Miss Pavlova was actually glancing over the door instead of the bookcase, that would suggest a desire to run away from this cabin.
Maybe.
It's the rules of passage.
Yes!
Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from the carriage of on this vessel. Hi Nick, just got home. How was the evening park? Six Flags was great, dude. I loved Six Flags. Like I said earlier, the rides I rode on were the log flume, the thunder passage thing. It's also a water ride. Screaming Eagle, Batman, American Thunder, what was it? Pandemonium as well. My favorite was Screaming Eagle, and Batman was a close second. Green Lantern is not over there, actually. We did not have Green Lantern. Technically, we didn't even have Superman because that's closed down. It's closed down to make way for Catwoman's Whip, I think, which is going to be around the same sort of coaster, I'm pretty sure. Coaster. It's a drop ride. Must be. It is a Magic Mountain thing. It is definitely a Magic Mountain thing. Hold on. Nachos. Oh, please. Went with my mom or my sister because she's in town. That's exactly why I actually got us Six Flags tickets, because she's in town and I wanted her to have some more fun. Dad, of course, just dropped us off, which was a good thing, because he probably would have been in a pissy mood And he couldn't have gone on any of the rides anyway. Most of them include stairs. Like, most of them include going upstairs. So, immunity decent passes for Magic Mountain. Isn't that? And they include. Well, my mom got on. For Knots. Yeah. That makes more sense. Knots, man, I kind of miss Knots. I miss Disneyland more, but I kind of miss Knots as well. Last time I went to Knots, wait, it doesn't count on this. True. Very much true. I haven't gone to Knots since high school. Last time I went was senior year. I went twice. In senior year. Once with the men's ensemble for choir, and one with the concert choir. I enjoyed the men's ensemble trip a little bit more because one, it was my birthday, and two, the men's ensemble guys I was hanging out with were just way more fun. Honestly, I remember more of that trip than I do of the trip with the concert choir, because at that time me and Victor were on bad terms, and I was in a group with Victor, and I was just not having a good time. But, you know, it was nuts. So. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Trying to think way to prove you wrong here, Nosuke. Nothing comes to mind, still. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case is the last item forbidden, as forbidden on the vessel's rules of passage, a pet. Ah! Get my throat moved up. Deduction complete. Elementary. My dear Naruhodo-san. So clearly you aren't who you said you were. No, I am not Grimsby Roylott. What, dude, Six Flags and Screen Night? Kudos to you, it couldn't be me. I was thinking of maybe canceling tonight, but one, I don't have another stream any other day this week. And two, I honestly, as soon as I started, setting up and eating, I was feeling better because, like, the thing with Six Flags is I didn't eat much. We were very bad at navigating the park, so a lot of the time we were just like, where the fuck is anything? So we were very bad at finding food. We did, like, at the beginning have like a nice lunch at a sports bar type place. It was very underwhelming food and also very costly, but still. Oh, hold on. Monsieur Drew, I got this at the park. It is a Flash-themed shot glass. Cool thing about this is that when I, with this NVIDIA thing, it turns in fucking invisible when I have it off of screen of my face. If I do this, it's fine. If I do this, it's a little choppy. If I do this, it's invisible. It's very fun.
My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct.
Dude, that looks like a magic trick. I know. It looks so much like. Now you see it? No, you don't. Now you see it? No, you don't. Chris Angel. Chris Angel. Or is it, no, Mind Freak. That's the one. Mind Freak. Doesn't just shout his name like Jason Derulo. Jason Derulo. I haven't heard Chris Angel in forever. Same, honestly. I don't think he's doing anything anymore.
Everything you said was correct.
You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Honestly, thank God he was a magical douche. The most magic of douches. Mind douche. Or douche freak, whichever one. Oh, hi Plick. How are you doing? I see you're playing Pokemon Sword. In order to escape your homeland. Later, the same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Which couldn't have been easy. The Burya is a huge steamship with a vast crew. The real magic trick is that he got more than one season. Oh, that's right, he had a fucking TV show! Forgot about that. I thought he just did, performances, but no, he got a TV show. Could she really have snuck aboard without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. God. Yet to woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? The veritable tinkling of a bell. Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. I'm trying to do Russian. I was so scared when they ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That is why I decided, disgust myself, so no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man? I see. I put on a fur hat and fake beard. Then just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper, right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearances completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Yeah. Things do indeed happen like that, from time to time. People think it don't be like it do, but they be. What was the quote? What was the actual quote? Can't think of it. Oh, so today wasn't the season 10 Apex, so tomorrow I could play season 10. I was like, man, I'm gonna come home. I'm gonna go to Six Flags and come home and stream, and I'm not gonna have anyone to play season 10 with. Comes out tomorrow. I did have to, it was like that nagging, that sucks, but I'm gonna be doing other fun things anyway, Things do be like that sometimes. Are those two even talking about the same thing? There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What kind of pet is it, and can I please pet it? It's the same principle, really. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case?
You were right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole my only friend in the whole world. Please don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say it to any of the crew. Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us in as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night. Yes, alright, I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Wasn't it something, Mr. Sholmes? Wasn't it something? Mr. Sholmes' great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yes? What? Observe your wrists. God damn it, he put them back on again. Bro! Where did you hide the fucking handcuffs? Did you hide the cuffs up your ass? Because you didn't need to. You have a fucking, like, absurdly big coat. You could have just, you know, hooked it on one of your lapels here. Keister. We didn't see before, Drew, but we had these on before. He's like, observe your wrists. And they were off, and we're like, what did you do? And then now he's put them back on. What the... 3 years, I had this watch up my ass. It was very uncomfortable. I had this watch in my ass. Very uncomfortable. Christopher Walken, whoa! What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackle. True to my word, I have restored your shackles. When and why? There is still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. Yes, we are being accused of murder. Again. This is the second time in a row. In like a month. Can't it? Really? Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-san wrote about in his diary really was. It was a snake. We fucking found that out in the first chapter. In the first part of this chapter, we found that out. Fuck. All right, time to converse. What happened last night? Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh. That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest? Perhaps the steam engine exploded? Sholmes. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that would have happened. Perhaps a giant of the sea came in, stormed into next door, took Kazuma's katana, stabbed him in the back, and no one noticed
I, the great Herlock Sholmes, have deduced so.
Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that happened around me.
Oh, I see. Running away. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet?
Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about ballet. I will start a new life.
You wish to forget? Challenging proposition. Then you, when you have that striking tiara as a reminder.
But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. It is my life force. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only little food and water. We must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of this ship, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board and they said I could hide in this cabin.
So the crew... That's why the crew is hiding her. The crew knows, and the crew understands and is like, you can stay in this cabin, just hide here. It's fine. More like, you can stay in cabin, it is fine. We will not tell anyone. It is completely fine. Oh, Jesus. As you can tell, I didn't much to process.
If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo?
Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Conundrum. It's a good word, by the way, conundrum. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle.
I was never very good at riddles, but okay.
According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Buria stopped by no port last night. Didn't we pick up a passenger? I thought we picked up a passenger. Ah, that's it, of course. So how is it, pray, that you can't... So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard?
I am not aboard, Mr. Sholmes. I am a woman. Now that I think about it, the crewmen outside the cabin are acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked them about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard.
It is not your business. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. Now,
angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage.
Sorry, what was that?
It is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here, too. I descended from the heavens, because I am an angel.
What? Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid.
Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist the touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same.
A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from the wonderfully extravagant advertisement of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, in fact. I need to push this magazine, goddammit! It's not selling well at the moment. I need to push it to everyone I see. I need to eat. I need to put food on the table. For me and Wilson, my lover, back home. Who is also my editor. My biographer. Fuck. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. Now we must see your friend. So, the friend you mentioned inside your traveling case is inside your traveling case. Is that right?
I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious...
Then the burly Russians will bestir themselves and, in unison, and throw you and your case overboard, no doubt.
Ah!
So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes.
But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? Oh, it is, isn't it?
Susato asking the real questions. Is it a puppy? Is her next question, if it's a puppy, can I pet it? Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Ha! You credit Russian as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, they don't have small rabbits there then? You may as well ask. I have no idea. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of the young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken! It's a chicken in there! It's a chicken, I tell you, a giant chicken! It must be a chicken. Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs. And when adversity strikes, can satisfy the needs of sustenance. So, Drew, you haven't met this man. Sholmes bullshits a lot. He's just like, I'm gonna throw something at the board, and hopefully it sticks. My logic is completely off, but I do have an eye for things. He's just kind of like, hey man, I think it's a chicken. Pretty sure it's a goddamn chicken. You know what? 100% sure it's a chicken. He's not really a Holkins? Do you mean Holmes? Well, in this universe, he is the great Herlock Sholmes. They don't have Sherlock Holmes here, it is Sholmes. Because Sherlock Holmes is both in the public domain and not in the public domain, I think. I think he's in a weird middle ground where the Japanese were like, okay, no, we can't name him Sherlock Holmes. So you're friends. I'll remember that. Ryunosuke will remember that. Well, it would appear that this friend's identity is as closely guarded Secret not to be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it? What are we talking about? Is it my school pin? Not the paper seal. The Russian word for wardrobe. Russian word for wardrobe. That is what Sholmes said it was.
Miss Pavlova, would you take a look at this? I don't know. I don't know anything. Mr. Naruhodo, you're frightening the poor girl.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't trying to. Oh, speckled band? This is the diary of my friend who passed away.
His diary?
Yes, and he wrote in last night before he died something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. It looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
A speckled band? I don't understand.
It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joined this cabin, you see. You stay in your place, capture card. Don't ask me what that noise is. It's up there on the wall.
In other words, the cabin and the victim, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh! Miss Pavlova? Has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything.
Oh. She is very guarding. Knock, knock. Excuse me, Mr. Roylott.
Yes, what?
Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once. Please.
Alright, I will come now. What? You must leave, now.
Oh, no, it's fine. Don't mind us.
Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott.
Get out! The passenger said out, or you want me to throw you out. Ugh, looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later.
What a pity.
The passenger said out, or do you want me to throw you out? And so we lost our chance. We still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. We were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. To be continued. That is to say, to be continued at this very fucking moment. And here comes the gunshots again. Bang! Bang, 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 bang! God.
I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that.
I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what the speckled band might be.
We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door.
He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it.
Oh, wait a minute! What is it?
Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go?
Oh yes! He's completely disappeared!
When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. Oh, there is examine and move. Oops, did not mean to do that. Really wish we'd had a chance to look around. Okay. Stroganoff. What? Why you look like that? You want something? Hmm? Maybe they want me to throw you out again, hmm? Oh, no, definitely not that. Next time I have to throw you out, I show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? Understand. Maybe I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face.
I don't think I'll ever forget your face, Naruto-san.
We have to move. We have to go back to Cosmo's cabin. No, in January. Okay, God, fucking hell. Looks like they're still investigating in here. Hold on. On the charger.
Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself.
He might have some new information for us. You never know. Oops. You! Where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Inspector, I mean, Seaman Hosanaga did. That new Japanese, was it? Later I will roll him into ball and throw him in the cold room.
Phew. Go back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosanaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account.
He's gone out of his way, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival.
That could be a very long time from now, Naruto-san.
Thought I already investigated this. The ink for some spelled on the floor, and they spell a Russian word for wardrobe. Does seem an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruto-san. You were sleeping in there.
Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words, or word, in Russian.
Begs the questions of who did write it. Which is begging of the question, who did write it? This is where Cosmo spent his final moments, writing his diary. Yes, I know what the diary says, Susato.
Cosmo-sama left us valuable clues in these words. I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruto-san.
We will. Oh, hi. Oh. Hi, Osanaga. Ah, you're back. Inspector?
What happened to you? Your face is...
Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. A bear, maybe? When I told the captain I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard.
What?
But then pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. This looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to.
Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin.
Yes, so I understand.
Oh?
I bumped into a man claiming to be the great detective a while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Jones? Don't think he was German though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found. Yes, let's do it. Cabin next door. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Oh, please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin isn't related to the case at least. Oh? How? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, now I've definitely upset him.
Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful?
If I'm honest, there's very little I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over on the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my hands off the job.
Oh, I see.
Ah, there is one thing. Do a small piece of new information for you.
Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please.
New info. What is this new information you have for us, Inspector? What's this? Finally, an autopsy report. And surely, when we get to the courtroom section, the prosecutor will have an updated autopsy report. Oh? Cosmo's post-mortem report?
Cosmo-sama.
So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report.
His neck was broke?
What? His neck was broken? Hold on. Was this an accidental suicide? Look, he tried? Well, then why is his room messed up? There must be something around those lines, though. No one else was in the room at the time.
His neck was broken?
Yes, it seems so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in the system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see.
All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. Strong enough impact to the neck could induce death.
It is a possibility.
And no obvious wound would be left.
Or Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it.
Really?
Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never agree to leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Ah. Postmortem report has been entered into the court record. The great detective.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he?
Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. You say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish! Was all he said. The machinations of Sholmes' mind are an enigma. Shoe polish! Shoe polish? I don't know what he meant. It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass, do you see? Oh, okay, that's shoe polish then. Ah, yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? He was bullshitting. Ryunosuke. He was bullshitting. As he always does. We've met him for a grand total of like, what, maybe 10, 20 minutes? And all he has done is bullshit. That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susanna?
Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes of a very dark tan hue.
Dark tan? Sort of dark brownish red, then.
Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him.
Oh, does this mean that this mark was the polish on Kazuma's shoe as they scuffed the floor? The mark on the floor has been entered in the court record. That's all I can really tell you at this stage. I shall return to my post. My fellow crewman's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you.
Inspector, you look exhausted.
Oh, no. Well, I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asuki-san. What's my responsibility? Of course, my opinion is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. seasickness, maybe? Hold on. Oh, fuck. I think we haven't quite examined yet. Or we need to examine further. Blover's cabin. Yes, that's right. Just a few minutes before he died, Cosmo saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it. You know what? So it wasn't the snake. If the snake bit him, there was no poison. You might have hurt, but there was no poison in his system. There were no other wounds, though. Only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we were. Yes, I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. I'm not sure. I know most people bored would say the same thing about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. Yeah. I think it's such a beautiful color, this glass. But this glass looks like whatever is broken, it was broken clean in two. The other half's nowhere to be seen. And then there's the brick-colored mark, which is shoe polish, according to that great detective you seem to know all about. I suppose it must be from Cosmo-sama's shoes. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's a great detective, of course. He's a great bullshitter, you mean? That's hardly a reason, is it? Anything I haven't checked? Time to move them, I guess. First class passenger. Okay, gunshots. Ah! Look, Naruto-san! Seaman Stroganoff is gone! Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor who was also crossing his arms and glaring at us. Ugh, all these Russian names are impossible to remember. Tra-la-la! It's Captain Underpants, everyone! He's in the game! Did you hear that? It seemed like someone was singing. Tra-la-la, tra-la-la, lira-lira-lay. I did it the great detective way. That is definitely just Chomes. Yeah, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can investigate. Definitely, before that stringy knot crewman comes back. Stringy knot. It's Stroganoff, not stringy knot. To Miss Pavlova's cabin! He-Man? The case is open.
Chisato-san... Oh! Where's she gone?
To look at the pretty dresses.
She's like, oh, these are so pretty. Hey, what are you doing? Those are private things. It's not a moment to waste now, Naruto-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. Also, can I try these on? Like, please? These look really pretty.
I suppose you're right. For Cosmo's sake.
Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there.
Really?
We must solve this case, Naruto-san. By ourselves if we have to.
She finally believes me.
Yes, we will.
It's time to investigate. First off, why is that open?
Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open!
It's completely empty inside. According to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there.
Her special friend. A special friend in there. Yes, a friend she had to keep a secret.
But you're not allowed to bring animals aboard this SS Bria. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now?
Because every cabin has a waste paper basket.
Shall we look and see what's been thrown away?
Naruto-san! It's poor etiquette to go through sifting through someone's rubbish, you know?
Ugh, those eyes. She's looking like they have a piece of rubbish now.
However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice.
There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. Fucking hell. A little bit tired. I'm going to 10-minute break. It was a good time, as any, I guess. To go on a nice 10-minute break. Alright, so we... We're gonna go on a 10-minute break. Suggest you guys go get a snack, a drink, or a drink. Feed your animal, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, feed your animals like you have any if they need to be fed, and also let them out. And as always, as soon as I get my clock all ready and set up, we'll have our good friend Sora running the stream while we are gone. So I see you guys in a bit. Hold on, let me actually put all the audio down, and now we'll see you guys in a bit. 1 second. There we go. Okay, now it's charging. We're back. I've gotten the drink. I run out of the drink. Alright. Now to continue investigating. I want to investigate the plate, please. Thank you.
I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor.
Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately.
Ah, do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here?
What? A leak?
Is the ship quite safe?
I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, that doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink. You know who also said that? The people on the Titanic that haven't died yet. This is the 1800s, I think.
No, you're right. Of course you're right.
She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? There are just a few books on the desk. Nothing else. That's what it looks of it.
Well, Miss Pavlova ran away from the ballet last night. She hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all.
That's true. I wonder what kind of book she likes to read.
Let me see. Yes, I see.
It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books in Russian. Books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruto-san. Kindly remember that. God. There we go. It's a bit better, I think. There's a few books on the desk. Oh, whoops. Ah, little T-Bot. T-Bot? T-Bot 9000. What is my purpose? You poor T. Oh god.
It seems this teapot is empty.
So the natural conclusion is that Russians are very thirsty people. Yeah, I guess.
Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either.
It's definitely they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it.
You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruto-san?
Hold on. 1 second. Tried blowing my nose off stream, but it wouldn't let me. So 1 second. I think that should do for now, honestly. I can breathe easy now. Sort of. God damn it. Oh, oops. God damn it. Very thirsty people. Thirsty. Thirsty people. Thirsty people. Thirsty. Oh yes, they're deployed in this cabin too. Look, the SS Burya's rules of passage. As it was not. If weapons or other dangerous objects in the cabin's beds are also extremely forbidden. We've read this like 3 times! Probably 5!
Suppose Miss Flavolva realized she needed to keep the contents of her case secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder where her friend had disappeared to now.
It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine.
I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard.
Oh, yes. So do I. A sneaky snake. A slippery, sneaky snake. Slippery, sneaky. Oh, hold on. All the books are toppled over together. Look, every single one.
Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though.
It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Cosmo's cabin.
Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing in difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase?
I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from a ballet company?
Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Not everything bad that happens on this ship is because of me, you know.
However, this is such a nice person. Thank you. Very good of you to say that. Very much appreciate that. Thank you, Patata. Go ahead. Ask me the question. I may have an answer for you. Are you into polyamorous stuff? That is a good question that I haven't fully explored yet. I don't know, man. It's I haven't tried it, and I haven't really thought of trying it. I don't know. It's a good question, but it's not a question I have an answer to. Sorry. Well, anyway, I'll set them straight in here again, too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. Thought you don't know. Don't know what happened. What happened? That's what happened.
Naruhodo-san, are you there?
Sorry, I'm right here, yes. Why?
Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe while I wasn't...
It's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. Only the ones that Cosmo stuffed me into, and the ones that contain Narnia, but that's a different story.
Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. What beautiful outfits. Suppose they're all stage costumes.
I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's a friend hiding in there, but no such luck. Guess this one. This is the ventilator that connects Cosmo's cabin to next door. Cosmo's cabin next door, whatever.
Yes, although what a foolish shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room.
Ah, maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of the cabin would notice and raise the alarm.
Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning.
That is a possibility. Anyway, last night Cosmo wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of the ventilator. What about this one? One of these next to the bed in Cosmo's cabin, too.
Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist!
She barely hesitated there. She gave it a good tug, too.
No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Investigate in secret. Gosh. Don't you know? Cabin door is the same sort of simple bolt latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's thrown across, there's nobody anyone could enter the cabin from outside. You know, unless they fucking, you know, beat the door in. Yes, it's not particularly a heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across if it's on a cord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. And it seals up perfectly too. Doesn't stop any seawater coming in. So you could use the method you told me of passing a thread through the crack, the closed door either. It seems I know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. I know how to open all of the doors. All of them. What haven't I checked? Painting? No, painting's not able to be checked. Order checked. This checked. Bell cord checked. Vent checked. I can see the red check mark, sort of. What have I checked? Is there anything I haven't checked? Do I gotta move? That's polyamorous stuff. As in, like, am I into polyamory? Am I into having more than one significant other? More than one significant other. Some people are into that, and good for them. I just don't know yet, honestly. I gotta move into Kazuma's cabin again? Nope. Okay. Guess I missed something in Miss Pavlova's cabin. Missed something, but it feels like I've checked literally everything I can. Looks like I've checked almost everything I can check. Examine. Is it this horn here? No, not painting. This is, I guess, of no use to us. That's not the bell cord, it's not the vent. Door. Lamp. Not the bookcase. Y'all see a thing that's highlighted like this, but without a check? Please let me know, because I am not fucking seeing one. You have to check it again. Now it's a... Yes, it's very unthinking to dance around inside the cabin. Tell them it's Pavlova, not me. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can relax when things are untidy. I can't relax. Things are untidy. I can. I feel like I'm checking literally everything in here. Something I'm missing and I don't know what.
Please let me know if you notice something I am missing here. I've already seen this line of dialogue. First class passageway, let's see. I guess, like, I need to recheck everything, maybe? Or not. I've already checked that. Ah! Jesus! Sholmes!
Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes, look!
Wow, you never know what he's gonna turn up next, do you?
He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself.
Tra-la-la-lee-ra-la-lay, I did the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us?
Or he's simply in extremely high spirits.
Yes, there were times I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky Herlock was about. Excuse me? I solved it all and I stood tall. I did the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! Ah! What is it? You want to fight, Honestly, interrupting a fellow while he's singing. And as I was about to reach the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is a good time as any. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now, could you put those fists away? I love that animation. Oh, ha! Ho! Ha! Ha! Ho! Ha! Still not as good as, Henry Cavill reloading his fists. The best.
You seem to be examining something before he interrupted you.
Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in the study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily-built crewman who's usually on guard here.
Oh, yes, the ship's log.
And did you find anything useful from it?
Well, after 2 AM this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means there was nothing to report.
Like a note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You're not utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Observe the other pages and all shall become clear. It seems the same crewman often stands sentry in the first-class passageway. He has almost a religious practice of recording nothing to report every hour. Oh, so he writes in every 30 minutes? Every half hour, sorry.
Nothing to report?
Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report.
Do you mean?
Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post. Why are people talking about polyamory? Because Batata brought it up. That's all. It remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribbling nothing, describing nothing to report in the log. There are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's logs into your mental file. The ship's logs have been entered into the court record. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Batatas such as Sasibaka. Okay. Anyway, you're starting to understand that my way is... I see what makes Shomes. Brilliance. Oh. Ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Everyone was afflicted with a throbbing head last night, was it? Interesting indeed. My head was throbbing, Shon's head was throbbing, Susato. No, not Susato. Hold on. Satoru Hosonaga. Oh, by the way, Drew, if you're still here, this man is named as Biff Stroganoff. As in beef stroganoff. Just wanted to let you know about that. Beef stroganoff. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. He's still singing to himself. I heard as he wanders down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem to be lost in thought. It's just... well, I feel the same. I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? So everyone's head has been fucking throbbing since this morning. Good to know. Is there anything in this cabin? Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Uh-oh. That's a fire alarm. What's that? That's an emergency siren. Whir. Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted. The vessel sighted at quarter-mile 4. Full start. Hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact. It should be more like all hands brace for impact. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? I can't stand. Susato-san, hold on to me. What? Susato-san, are you alright? You injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruto-san. It looks like we avoided a collision. I think. Yeah, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness! What about you, Naruto-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello? Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. That's probably more like shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like Inspector Hosonaga. Never mind. Is that you in there, Naruto-san? Unbolt the door quickly. Unbolt the door quickly. What? The bolt? The pieces. They are coming together. So I am assuming that somewhere last night, the ship was turned again, and that's it turned like the other way, thus unbolting Cosmo's door, letting someone in. Seems maybe, I don't know, probably not. Look at that. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san?
No, I didn't touch it.
Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. Something happened last night. Much like what happened today. Right now, at this very moment. Interesting. Interesting indeed. A most precocious predicament, as it were. Just like they were before again.
Naruhodo-san, are you going to open the door and let the inspector in?
Oh, right. Yeah, probably should. I'd better tidy his place up first. Really? Our violent emergency stop has solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the door, other side of the cabin door, would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Sense of... uh-oh. What happened? We're gonna get to the case today, or we're gonna get to the courtroom today? We're on part 3, so we probably should be getting to it soon. Yes, 9th of January says that's bury Miss Pavlova's cabin. We know where we are. Oh, my phone is alarming. Somehow the cabin we were ended up after we made an emergency stop. Susato-san took a deep breath and gently slid back the bolt. Uh-oh. You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Ah, you both looking hurt. Good. Yes, we're fine. Thank you. What on earth happened? We were thinking about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Interesting. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought we saw a ship ahead. The person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything in chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere. The first class arena is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment.
Oh, I see.
Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean? Did someone press that button outside?
Ah! You wicked intruder! Dressed down in black, you are the devil!
Sorry? Me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil's the first.
You opened my traveling case! How could you?
What? No, we didn't touch it.
That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector! Inspector!
Yes?
Arrest this man. I know he did it. He is a criminal. It is not enough that he has...
She said she knew nothing about it! Miss Pavlova, looking more and more suspicious as we progress.
Is it not enough that he has killed a man?
Duh, and he's a stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to Steal chicken, do you believe? Ugh.
Take him away. Take him away. He is a trespasser as well as everything else.
Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She is right. You are devil. It doesn't look good, does it? That is Selby Dick. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police.
Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do?
This is a Russian vessel. They have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options.
This is terrible.
This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. Examine? I would think converse would be the option. I wonder what I should be inspecting. I wonder. It's gotta be the Russian crewman. God damn it. Sholmes, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing up there? I want to make this into an alert somehow, but I don't know how. I want to make this into an alert. I don't know how I would do that. Fucking hell. Mr. Sholmes? Naturally, I was analyzing what the weight of a 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to do what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no, no. I swear it's not. I swear I didn't want to look like a pretty, pretty princess with this tiara on. Swear to God. Well, why were you hanging on that hook from before then? That was tomfoolery. Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. Ugh, I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Me neither. Ah, you again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector! I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak. An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Burya, has been solved. By me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. I assure you that is not what's going to happen. So, allow me to eliminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's my great deduction to the case. Ha! You have solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case. Even Hedgehog? Is the bull one? We all know who was responsible for killing student boy this morning. We found the criminal in the wardrobe. It is this stowaway. He has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it! But the trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door is bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who's inside the cabin.
Yes, it is called a locked room mystery in detective stories.
The locked room, that is point.
The room was locked?
We can't deny that. You can deny that, actually. Actually, there is. Ooh. You're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all.
What?
Oh, yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Oh, it gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator man! The ventilator? You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator.
Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling. And 1:35, what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator. Bro, we've heard this so many times. Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not. I am ready. What I am about to expose for you all will shock you to your cause. Behold! Yeah! Ah! What the? Hello. Snake friend. Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The Speckled Band. A snake? Indubitably. Everyone is very stunned. Stroganoff is like, oh god, please get off face. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Yes, you're right. I think that's the case. You'd have to call it the Striped Band, wouldn't you? That's the new name for my band, the Striped Band. We all wear stripe printed shirts. I don't know what music we play. We just wear striped shirts and play things. You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap?
It's a trap. You fools! It's a trap.
How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing is nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one. Last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two. The same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Jonas must be right. He's hit the nail on the head.
No, he hasn't. There was no poison in his system.
This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi? It looks like he can't speak with that snake coil around his head.
Looks like an RPG enemy. Snakehead Man! Man with snake on head. The most fearsome of enemies. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. A second. Hold on. 1 second, just replying something. Alrighty. Let me get back to it. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Holmes is proud to present Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. A great deduction. The game is afoot. Intruder's identity. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what is the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, yes, I suspected. Another telltale glance. Without a doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, the fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's marking do not fit that description in any way. Except for the band part. What explanation can we give then, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary, even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that of which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be this snake-slowed skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin, no? I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator, visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side of the bridge, the servant silently descended to the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours was last night infiltrated the scene of the crime. Is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it slows its skin. A snake so dreadful we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. A beloved speckled snake. Alrighty. How Mr. Rasogi died. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data which I have been appraised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Now, if we take that as a fact, which it is not, by the way, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no. Could there be? Yes. An examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost but not quite imperceptible puncture wounds by the venom's fangs seal the truth. The vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. There is no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt.
You don't...
It is telling the victim a note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend?
To... train?
I don't think you can train snakes. Indeed, you'd put the serpent through the ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd sound it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would have listened. You would listen for signs of life next door. Hold on. Make sure. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you release the snake once more. A lot of people getting on Switch right now. Do you deny this snake has undergone such training?
It's not true.
What is this accent?
It's not true.
Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once, and its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took this poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. Except your logic is very fallible and has failed you. It has failed you. Failed you a lot, actually. This includes the Herlock Shrooms, yes, okay. Ellipses. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. Killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible! You've solved the mystery! Amazing! Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Is that a Russian phrase? Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course, what's on your mind?
It's just, about your deductions before, something doesn't quite make sense to me.
I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly.
Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family.
You are well informed, madam.
And reptiles, don't drink milk. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward.
No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. It was merely an example. How logic holds. Hold on. That is a Russian phrase that I cannot. Adnoy leve? Adnoy leve. Meaning something is so easy it could be done with one hand only. That is a fact. So, Sholmes is not always bullshitting.
Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Yes, so I'm not sure it'd really be possible to signal a snake by whistling.
But madam, what of the tales from Arabia? What of the tales from Arabia, sir? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sound of a flute? Don't believe everything you hear, Sholmes.
I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements.
Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. Yeah, don't take it out on this poor defenseless snake.
There is one other thing.
You have more? You have more things to prove me wrong? Madam, you wound me.
Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord that, like the ones in these cabins.
Yeah, they just kind of flop over. Then it should try harder. Please don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. And it should try harder. Oh my god. That it should try harder. Can't get up fucking things without help. Yeah. These snakes are too soft. Aw, sad Sholmes.
I think.
And to step in and help again, Mr. Naruto.
Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions, turn them into great ones they ought to be.
I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruto. Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? Houdini! Mind freak!
The handcuffs are gone.
Where did they go? Keistered them. Just shoved them right up his ass. I've been storing these handcuffs in my ass for 30 years. Fear not, I shall see they are restored after the work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Is no logic and no reasoning. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Alright, Mrs. Pavlova, you came moments ago. It has nothing to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. She does have a pained expression on her face.
Yes, that's true. She looks at those Kazuma-san's death. Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind.
But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has quite read her correctly, is that it? Could there be something other way to interpret her expression then?
Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova.
Right ear. Hey, friendo. The Holo Joy-Con drift. Is it really the right fucking ear?
Those petite ears among beautiful hair are like little pink shells. Oh, what's that? There's something attached to her ear. I expect that's what's called an earring. It's a little piece of jewelry.
An earring?
Is it?
It's really tiny.
Perhaps part of it's missing.
Maybe it broke off. Like a little bell, perhaps? Like we found in Kazuma's cabin? Things are falling into place. Yes. Oh yeah. Everything's coming together.
So now all of us, the cloth that attaches to the ear. If that's the case, she doesn't appear to have noticed that it's broken.
Do I get to see her left ear?
Oh! Well, damn it.
It's not the little bell. I pulled the Sholmes.
She has such petite ears among beautiful hair, like little big shells.
Oh, what's that? There's something dangling down from her ear.
Ah! That's an earring! The crescent moon looks like it's made from wood. It's charming, isn't it?
Women do seem to love adornments like that. In their hair, on their necks, on their fingers, even hanging from their ears, it seems.
Oh, jewelry is beautiful, Naruto-san.
Well, I know what's painting her now. Present the right ear! Never mind. Oh, fuck. This is bad enough, but Mr. Sholmes' accusatory word assault to hurt your ears. What spectacularly contrived logic led you to this mindless conclusion? Oh, well, so, I suppose it's logic and reasoning spectacular, so I thought I'd contribute to the show. This is my show, Mr. Naruto. Kindly perform any peculiar experiments at your own stage. Ugh, sorry. So, okay, it's not her ear. Hand? Hand? Wrist? Oh, claw scratch. She doesn't own the snake. Unless someone else brought a pet aboard. And that is her pet. No, hold on. Well, I mean, let's fucking notice this.
Oh, Naruto-san, look! Looks like a very painful wound.
Looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. Fairly recently, too.
Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here.
Well,
Yes!
claw scratch. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed! The simple observation reveals that wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night?
When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad.
Why is this Italian? It's Russian.
And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse.
Russian. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of the intruder that stole the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend which you brought aboard the vessel, was it not? Ah, yes, it was a mouse! She got a mouse! She got a little mousey. And the snake chased after it, maybe, I don't know. I think it's a mouse.
Without a doubt, your friend is that writhing serpent we see before us. It seems likely the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet in which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? You should follow her gaze, Naruto-san. That's where I'll find the answer. Photographic frame. Oh, it's a kitty! Oh, it's a kitty! Oh my god! It's a kitty! Oh, it's so cute! Look at it! Oh, look at it! Holy shit, it's so cute! Oh, I'm sorry. Oh. Ah, look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She is exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true, but personally, it's a little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we better take a closer look at this. The little kitty! Oh, he's so cute! Oh, and it likes being held, too. Look at the smile! Oh, I love it when animals smile. My dog smiles. Cassie smiles when we get a good spot. You know, when we're giving her attention and there's a good spot. Or sometimes when she just wants to look cute, she looks up at you and smiles. She looks up at you like, hello, can I have some of the people food you have? I have there's food in your hand. Can I have some of that? Must be a stage costume she's wearing. It's quite stunning. I'd like to have some. I should like to have something like that. She's wearing 20,000 rubles on her head as well. Look. It's called a tiara, Naruto-san, and you shouldn't think of it purely in terms of value. She must be a strong woman. Turn her back on the world stage and run all the way on her own. Kitty! Look at the little cat Miss Pavlova is cuddling there. Aw, what a cute little kid. Oh, what a cute little kitten. I could vie with you. It could vie with you, couldn't it, Miss Naruto? For the blackest outfit. A black kitten. And from the look of this picture, at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it. Look at the little smile. Oh, it's so cute. I love it. Like, I'm very, oh, hold on. Wait. And I could just, teapot. The teapot was her little friend. I have a feeling that this was the teapot that Miss Pavlova's eyes flickered to over to before. Is this the friend she's been talking about? Well, we're all different, aren't we? Whatever, so we might say about it if that's why with the way she feels. I don't think I'll say anything about it then. You and the teapot can just discuss it instead. Wait, that's not what I meant. It's a stroganoff. There's no doubt, is there? She looked in the direction of straight at Steven Stroganoff. Well, they do seem to be friends of sorts. But I can't imagine how he could possibly fit in that through that ventilator. And don't forget that I managed to fit inside a Cosmos trunk when we first boarded the ship. I would ask what that proves, but I think an equivocal little smile would be more effective. I'm just gonna smile and nod. The more I look at this creature, the more its stripes stand out. It's a very impressive snake, isn't it? Oh, yes, it really is. It seems to be doing its best to squeeze this poor sailor's head until it bursts. Yes, it's a terrifying sight, and slightly heartwarming at the same time. Anyway, it'd probably be a good idea not to get too close. Kitty. Kitty!
Hold on 1 second. I must present the kitty.
Yes!
Without a doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Ah! Darka is my best friend. Darka! Oh, that's a cute name. Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would be appear to be a Russian blue. And yet the fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim written observation on the night in question tale of a speckled band. Whereas regrettably, this specimen markings do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can we give then, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's slowed skin. Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. She just left it in her pocket. No one would have ever known. Oh yes, always like that. Specialty. He so clearly forced her to reveal something. But deduction was a specialty, or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Plova hiding behind her back? Well, it is speckled and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy, like a round piece of cloth of some sort. Looks like there's a handle at the end. Oh, it's a kitty toy! It's you're playing with the kitty. That's sort of common in the West, apparently. How is it a toy for cats? How is it a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. I love seeing cats do that. It's so cute. It's so cute. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it. That sounds positively adorable. Yes, it does. It does. And it is. Hold on, I will be right back. I need to use the bathroom. So enjoy the tense music and the word cat's toy on the screen while I hide my video camera and also hide my audio. I'll be right back. I'm back. Let us continue. Speckle in a band. Okay, hold on. I meant to present that.
Yes!
Yes, the thing you're trying but failing to conceal is a cat's toy. Precisely, the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. Ah, and it was this cat toy you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. And... in summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is the blithesome Russian blue cat by the name of Darka. Yeah! Truly troublesome feline, young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged and once found. You'll forgive us for borrowing that photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. The photograph of Miss Pavlova and Darka has been entered to the court record. It was after I gave her food her food last night. That is when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she was so naughty. A beloved kitten. Oh, cute. How Mr. Asogi died. Death by a venomous snake's bite. Moving on, we've come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life? And why? According to the data of which I've been apprised, it would be that there are no visual signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. What Mr. Sholmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Cosmo-san's body. That's right, but Mr. Sholmes seemed to be unaware of the one very important detail. Cosmo wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now. Far Eastern. Wow. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Yes, I knew it was one or the other. His neck fuzz. Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Steven Stroganov isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. The jury is out. Anyway, we have it on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Cosmo died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something. or someone.
Yes, that is a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though.
Presumably Darka didn't silently creep up behind Cosmo and deal him a fatal blow.
I suppose. It's possible he had fallen into the ground awkwardly. Could have been a terrible misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident.
Oh yes, that fall could explain it.
It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man.
Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. I would say this.
Yes!
Mark on the floor! Fuck yeah. Because he slipped and fell. Like, yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results, the undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at the point of the door and tripped. Please, no. And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against something, some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae was shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. No! I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case.
I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true, I refuse to accept it.
I know it's hard to believe, but there's a mark on the floor that seems to suggest that's what happened.
But...
And if that's part of Mr. Shom's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that will prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in that direction that she just cast her eyes.
Where, I wonder?
Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. Hold on, I know where she hid it. I know where she hid it.
Yes!
Oh, waste paper basket! Fuck! Fuck. That's spectacularly correct. Yeah, okay. Oh, well, it's supposed to be logical reasoning. My turn, Mr. Naruhodo. Oops. Okay, yes. Cosma stumbled and fell, and it's very hard to believe, and blah, 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 blah. Hold on, can we please just... Why is there no skip? Why is there no skip? Okay. This is where Miss Pavlova hit her friend.
That's right, and it wasn't a snake after all.
No, it was a little kid and she calls Darka. Not that it's anywhere to be seen now. It let itself out of the case and gone exploring.
I guess it wrapped itself around someone's head somewhere, trying to make a new friend. Either that, or it's crashing their hand to pieces. The point is, where has it got to? Ah, somebody appears to have dropped 20,000 rubles here. It hasn't been dropped, Naruhodo, it's been placed. I'm starting to sound like Mr. Sholmes. Stop trying to sound like the great detective. You will never be him. There is only one Sholmes. Really? That's all? Then it really should be the waste paper basket, huh? The only thing I could think of is Tiara.
Yes!
And that's wrong. Yep. Okay, 1 second. God. Oh, sorry. We'll try again. Hold on. Yeah, yes, I know. It's very, very... Okay, hold on. Oh, fuck. Then fucking what is it? It's not the traveling case, it's not the waste paper basket, it's not the fucking... Unless it is the traveling case. What the fuck is it? What? Well, I guess I gotta present this, huh? Oh, hold on 1 second. I didn't actually examine the waste paper basket. The waste paper basket. Perhaps it's all the first class cabins have them. But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet.
My guess was right, but I had to examine it first. I guessed right. Why could that not have been enough? You gave me a penalty for the right fucking answer. What the hell? Just because I didn't fucking examine it? Bullshit. I hate that. What the fuck?
Yes, it is, and I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. It's familiar. Perhaps someone I'm playing tricks on you. Fuck you. Fuck you for making me question. What the fuck, dude? I had to examine it first? Why couldn't I have guessed it? I guessed correctly. I guessed correctly, and it punished me for it. Because I didn't examine it? What the fuck is that sort of shit? I was like, oh, she just threw it away. She had it in the waste paper basket, and I got it right. Why did you punish me for that? Fucking hell. That pisses me off. If I present this now, and it's right.
Yes!
Hey, game developers, don't ever do that. If I have not examined something in a game like this where I have to examine, like a point and click, if I have not examined something yet, but I guess correctly, if I guess correctly without doing the one specific thing you wanted me to do not punish me for guessing correctly. Reward me. Oh, you didn't even need to examine it? Fuck yeah. You got it right. It's like if on a test, someone was like, you got 2 + 2 = 4. Well, actually, you know what? It's actually like in math tests where you can get the right answer, but if you don't show your work, you don't get the credit for it. I hate that. I hate that, and I hate this. This sucks. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? I had to examine this beforehand. Why couldn't I have just guessed it? Because I did. I'm pissed. I'm really pissed. Pissed off about that. What the fuck? Pissed off about it. What the fucking shit, dude? That's right, you hid the evidence to that what links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Which I've guessed! Ah. Here's a fragment of some intricate glass object. It would seem one that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of the broken glass in the, on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see, these two pieces together fit perfectly. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that this part of the glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? Yeah. You're well acquainted with this glass bale, are you not? I don't know, is in that hushed Russian accent of yours. Don't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to that bale in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Mrs. Pavlova and the little glass bell. That would be... Do I have to examine all these beforehand? Do I have to examine all these before I give an answer? I'm actually pissed. I'm sorry. Like, this is... It pisses me off that this happened. Like, that I got punished for it. Got punished for giving the right answer because I didn't show my fucking work. But yeah, it's this.
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, that very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life ninth did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka. I couldn't tell anyone. The Russian accent. I'm sorry. Death by tripping over a cat. Deduction complete. Elementary. I don't like that. I don't like that I had to examine that piece of evidence. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. Russian accent. It was so late. But I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in environments.
She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that's how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it? Yes. And I had read the, rules on the wall. I knew I wasn't allowed Darka with me.
Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really.
So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, I thought it safe to try to lure the kitten back again.
So at that point, you thought it safe to try to lure the kitten back again? By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator in the adjoining cabin.
Darka always loves this toy. But it didn't work. It didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy, I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return.
The faint whistling sound Cosmo wrote about in this diary was Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened.
Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she calmed down. But then...
Ooh.
I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards... nothing. It was totally silent.
Cosmo was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems like what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Buria is a large vessel, but even she can pitch a roll violently without warning. Mr. Sogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under its feet. A combination of unfortunate factors could have easily caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards?
In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator.
Yeah, yet Darka is nowhere to be seen.
I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again.
Gracious. That cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least.
When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened.
I was too scared.
Scared...
Russian.
Scared that they would send me back.
Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right. Where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board the ship? Aww, it's Stroganov's friend. Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Pirosko. What? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when the emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect him to find him here. Yet, how did that snake... Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But... animals are not permitted on board. Ha! We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? Hey man, don't fucking knock the fact that pets understand you better than humans sometimes. Swear to God, When Bra was alive, he understood, like me and my mom, my sister, more than any other person could. You'd talk to him and he'd look at you with these understanding eyes. These big, brown, understanding eyes. Oh, I miss him. I miss my little Bra. But now I am a big Cassie girl. It's not the same, but I love her. I love her still. But my dear Billy Fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake? I surely could appreciate the danger of putting everyone in. No venom. Pirosco does not have venom. He is harmless, very long, but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny. It's venomless? Yes, now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ha! Like they say. Like they say they milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snake they drinks milk only in stupid stories. Pirosco eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses. Oh, so is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. Sholmes. Sholmes is just... Oh god, it's venomous. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord. It's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? In what? Snake, Rattle, and Roll? The Jungle Book? Snakes on a Plane? Anaconda? It is not my fault. It is not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Pirosco is nothing to do with this incident. Renoska, eh? So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. There's other unanswered questions. Like, who wrote Wardrobe?
Miss Pavlova? I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you.
But what are you talking about, Miss Mikitoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident. Sholmes doesn't seem to believe that.
I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a great knowledge for gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. Sholmes is... I confess. I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh? I'm only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable.
God damn it. Not again! When did he do that? Especially as they are on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. People suspect me again. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. Oh, never mind. No one suspects me, I guess. The key to this discrepancy. This is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in the cabin that was bolted from the inside. Is this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? This is what we must establish at the first instance. But perhaps we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kid that climbed in the cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident.
Hold it!
Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's what really happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Cosmo's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't have possibly been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. Going to assume there's a crime scene photograph because of the wardrobe.
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Isogi could have left his message on the floor. That script. It's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would have leave a dying message in their native language. The Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It is simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem very likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether you knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Isogi could have left this dying message on the floor. The reason why was clearly explained in here. Down to the cervical vertebrae, resulting in instant death. Instant death. Ah. Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. Because he was already dead. Ah. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Soki's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't have possibly been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true.
What? So Susata-san has noticed it too, then. I would assume the ship's log?
Yes!
What point are you trying to make with that evidence? Okay, yeah, nope, never mind. Not that. I think that you are starting to see nothing of the sort. Yeah, that evidence was shit. Alright. Presence of something you wouldn't. Ah, I see. I confess you rather languid I see doesn't fill me with confidence, Mr. Naruhodo.
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe in you. Well, more than Shelms does anyway.
In Jake's shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and the story here. Given this is right here in Cosmo's cabin, it's undeniable. A piece of evidence. Word for wardrobe. Something that was there. Is it this? Is it the mark on the floor? This, I guess. Ah, okay, it was. This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. That's the glass bell the kitten had around his neck. We already know all about that. It's broken in half and the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's what really happened, then how did one half the bell end up back in here in the cabin? Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass in the waste paper basket? Hold on. Let me stretch for a second. Stretch. Oh, fuck. It's alright.
Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova?
Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up her own guilt.
Yeah. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's.
Hold it!
You are wasting time. Someone else was there. Duh, of course, we know this.
What are you talking about?
Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out.
Oh, yes.
And the only other person in cabin was young student. When young student died, was you.
Yes!
If it's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shot inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I would have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, besides about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, that person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor. In an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in here the entire time. And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Sogi really died. But why wouldn't the person have taken all the pieces of the bit away? Leaving half behind was already going to raise questions. Yes, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would have hardly cast any light onto the floor here. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of a tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Seaman Stroganov?
Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills, and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on this ship, a member of the ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal.
Ah, so that's it.
You say when young student died, Nina was there in cabin. But that is not possible. I gave my tooth.
This is all most interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure?
You are a great detective, you should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go in cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want me to tell that... Or you want to tell me that killer can walk through doors? Walk through locked doors? Niet. It's impossible.
Ah, he's right. But wait! I read about this in detective stories. People often tie their thread around door latches so they can open and close the... Okay.
Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors.
Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find in a modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel, with no gap in sight, no thread or needles or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruto suggested earlier, so... Sato-san! You shifted onto me like that.
Hold on. I'm getting an important message. Okay, that. Huh. I don't know what that is. Hold on. Sorry, I was just looking at the picture. Hold on.
Alright.
Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. Ah. And in this very cabin, you can see the traces of that method I have in mind that have been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? We shut the bolts of the cabin door from the outside. One way does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. The ship fucking... You know, indeed we have. So, do you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out to the telling signs the method is used to board the person from the outside. Is this one.
Yes!
Please don't crawl near the camera, Mr. Fly. What are you even doing in here? Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things have been toppled over?
That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before.
Yes, that's right. It was a very powerful vessel after all. The engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down then are bound to fall over.
I believe. Yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia, acting on the objects.
Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or isn't in her book at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. Ah! It's very obvious after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. Come to the cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello, is anybody in there? Should you shout if you need assistance? Well, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga.
Oh, yes! That's it! When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door.
Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia. If you want to call it that. I'm trying to say that last night, after Mr. Isogi was killed. Slick-ass animation. The SS Burya made another emergency stop? There's the violins. When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost like someone had run their hand across their shelves and deliberately knocked everything over.
Oh, yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I?
And then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised that the same thing had happened here. All the books and everything had toppled over. Just like in Mr. Isogi's cabin.
Oh my!
You have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Burya made emergency stop. It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm?
Oh, yes, of course. There was a notice there, wasn't there? Telling you to only press the button in times of emergency? On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of the lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. A sort of button compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? Sholmes pressed the button last night out of sheer curiosity? And that's what caused the fucking doors to latch? Bro. The button is pressed. Two things happen in the interests of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with sheep? I'll report you to Captain. You're in so much trouble now. Now. Sure that we can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. The vessel makes an emergency stop. The bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Sogi, did the ship make an emergency, or did it not?
You are idiots. Doria is a huge ship with many passengers. You can make emergency stop even in the middle of night. There will be chaos everywhere.
What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, that's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night.
We have evidence to support that idea.
Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo?
Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. It's gotta be this guy. Hold on, this guy. This guy.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff. It's your duty to control the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right?
Da, that is correct. Why?
In the ship's log here, this would be where you record the details of your duties.
What are you doing with that? That is mine!
Ah, you rather carelessly lifted the top of the makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care to make, and with mind return it to you later.
I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always.
The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that you, under normal circumstances, you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in a log?
That is... because nothing happened.
But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Buria. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
Stop talking rubbish!
If I'm perfectly honest, I'm a little hard to believe myself. Oh? Why? Well, because if something major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. Chip learned so well that the alarm bell was so loud. I could imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Are we going to explain this away as everyone got hit in the head? When it lurched? Because their beds, like their heads hit the bed and such. Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? Sorry, what do you mean? Throbbing? Have you been reading my fanfics? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning? We have all... They're going to explain the way of head trauma. That is not... Whatever. Oh, yes, I have had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. I've been feeling very heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you are been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing today too. And since eating dinners yesterday evening, everything just felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I had climbed back inside the wardrobe. The first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. How are we going to explain it away with everyone hit their head and no one heard the alarm? Come on. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe. And had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all this was happening to me? Hold on. Tell me, Miss Naruto, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Well, Cosmo looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Cosmo wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. That relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Does that not strike you? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say... that there was something wrong with the... That there was something wrong with the chicken? Okay, you know what, I admit, somewhere in my thoughts, I maybe had an inkling, oh, well, maybe someone poisoned the chicken. But really? We're gonna bring that up now? I do. No. Really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by an addition of cibophoric, designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug? Do you mean? Whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? What the fuck? That is some JoJo shit. You didn't notice the emergency stop.
Because you were in a deep sleep. Because I drugged your chicken. Ugh. Stand the power.
Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes mean. So what a far-fetched idea.
Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a specific drug would certainly be impossible. Oh, hold on. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator.
What? Mr. Sholmes?
Well, Seaman? I'm sorry to say that any more deception at this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over the coals for aiding and abetting a renegade. Wait, what? I mean, I guess, yeah, she is a renegade, technically.
Please, no more. I will tell everything.
Eh?
I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore.
These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe.
Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me.
We all agreed to help. Everyone together. She threw away everything. Her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel.
I don't believe it.
You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. We could not make all drug, how do you say, dissolve. Ugh, talk about heavy season. Wow, really? Come on. At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by a comrade on shore with a small fishing boat. While all the passengers on the SS Buria slept soundly, thanks to almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals are contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew. People who just like chicken and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Cosima's cabin door. Well, why would she kill Cosima? But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Ah, of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their meal with chicken in their cabins. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite, and accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes! The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep in their cabins with the door bolted anyway, and so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of every single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning.
You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass to reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock the door. All told, a busy night.
But I didn't know about any of this. I am just a little girl.
You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories we don't believe. I think that's a bit untrue. Isn't there a bunch of sailor superstitions? Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. But I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes? Do you hear it? The accusatory cry of guilt on the wind.
What accusatory cry of guilt?
Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes. For observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. Okay, game, I know this is a very new mechanic, but we've used it 3 times already this chapter. Very close to each other, in fact. My god, please, give us a break. Give us something else to do. God, dude. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow. Just as I said, of these two what? Observation? Do you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, didn't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asoki's death. That's what we're looking for, is some case of trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. I finally click. Here's the meeting. Alright, see what I can see. Looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else. Oh, okay. So, alright. That makes sense. Never mind. I thought we were gonna do a actual logic and reasoning thing. Chunky arms. Left ear. Chunky arms. Chunky arms. Okay. Okay, yeah, these are things I've heard before. God damn it. Was it this? It's gotta be this, right? He lost a piece of jewelry. I'm gonna check the left ear just in case. Now I'm fine. I'm gonna examine everything and then really like just do it. Just fucking go. Yeah, we've already seen these shits. My god, come on. Alright. sailor's hat.
Have you noticed something significant about Steven Stroganov's hat?
Oh,
No, sadly not. I was just thinking if only we'd found it in Cosmo's cabin, it would be all be so easy. That's true. A hat dropped at the scene would have been very conclusive evidence. Ah, that's a point. I'm sure I saw your university uniform had it this
seen somewhere. That is not a point. At least not one I'd like you to make. Anything else? Oh, just chunky arms. He sounds like Tree Trunks, doesn't he? Hairy Tree Trunks.
Yes, he certainly has sailor's arms. He's born a man of the sea. He's a born man of the sea.
Even if I had been awake, I couldn't have done anything about being dragged out of that wardrobe by this man.
Naruhodo-san? Are you alright? You seem to be lost in thought.
Oh, sorry. Blame those hairy tree trunks. Those are really sexy hairy tree trunks. I want this man to rail me. Want this man to fuck me. He has a crush. It's this man. Let me present right here first.
Yes!
Nope. Come on. Get on with it. I get it. I made a fucking mistake. Let me sit through this. Motherfucking... Alright, I have 3 more guesses. It's a good thing I have 3 more items to guess on. Someone else was there when Cosmo died. I think of 2 possible ways. We find a trace of something that the person behind the scene, or if that's not possible, trace of something that the person took away from the scene, be it accidentally or deliberately. We'll find an example of both. Long, hard, uncompromising stare from all sides. That is my advice. This is... Oh my god. Ink. I see. Oh, look at this. Some kind of stain in an unusual place. Yes, you're right. It looks like ink, if I'm not mistaken. Ink. Got that color too. It's clear where this came from. Come on, ink stain. There we go.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganov. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain? What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of the Seaman Stroganov's uniform. Made it clear. So Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Yeah, to prove that what that stain on the back of the uniform really is this one.
Yes!
Yeah! Yes, it's in this photograph, and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink? A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. The penny drops, and the penny drop at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. The stain on the back of the uniform is ink of the exact same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilt. Alright. Yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in dead student's cabin to make it look like wardrobe man did it. And I pressed button to make Borea do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel.
Beef, please.
Don't worry, Angel. Let me do the talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty, patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet.
Beef, please, you must help me.
I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on the floor. What happened here?
Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend.
Everything happened in cabin like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through
the ventilator in Mr. Asogi's cabin? Then he tripped over and broke his neck when he fell to the floor?
Yes, that is right.
So, after the incident with the cat, when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor.
She said she was worried when she heard the sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked. So she opened to look, and you already know what happened after that.
There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind.
But
When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why?
I already told you. When Nina opened door of student's cabin and looked,
I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark, and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So, is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Cosmo's death at last? Ah! Something very nearly slipped my mind! Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took it myself, you know. The cause of death is a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that participated in those events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in the photograph that seems somehow unnatural.
what do you mean, unnatural?
What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well, I think I see it. It's a little, almost paw print-esque. Cosmo tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck. Which part of the photographic print seems unnatural? This little bit of ink right here?
Yes!
The word in Russian clearly wasn't written by Cosmo. So if you're looking for something unnatural, that's the obvious point.
That's not what I meant. Very true. It is certainly peculiar, but it's not what I meant by unnatural, I'm afraid. The particularly crass details orchestrated by the culprit. I mean to identify another point.
Oh, I see.
Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. In my opinion, if you landed as the victim appears to have done here, it would be most unnatural. I'm sure you'll reach the same conclusion.
Not really.
How thoughtful you are, Mr. Sholmes.
Thank you for your gentle guidance.
Cosmo tripped and fell by some terrible stroke of luck by the neck. Graphics seem unnatural. The neck?
Yes!
It must be here, surely. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice regarding the pursuit of detection, my dear fellow. When noting a crucial point, it can be helpful to keep your eyes open. They were open. I don't know what the fuck. God damn it! It can be equally helpful to use them. God damn it! Sorry, I'll try harder. What the fuck is the... I don't see it! I don't know what you mean, dude. Losing your footing on yourself. Would you land as the victim has one of your hands? Really? Like his hands? Okay, sure. Why do I? Okay, it's the fucking it's the stupid it's this thing, I guess.
Yes!
Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then his fist just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we are, with the victim's left hand tightly balled into a fist. At most, you might say, as though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow?
Mr. Sholmes, show us, please.
Why, of course, my dear madam. Why would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found. The missing fucking earring finally comes into play! My god. Crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Yeah, you're right. Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. The crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation as the key. Truth is now tantalizingly close. Can we please get to the point where I am going to present it? It was a little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? Observe. Find the answer with your own eyes. Okay, I already know the answer. I am going to assume, though. I am paranoid about observing things now. I'm going to observe both the right and left ear for the third fucking time. My bad, really, for the first two. I thought they were going to be relevant, but apparently not. But what really boggles my mind is that I can't skip this text, even though I've seen it 3 fucking times. God damn. This is frustrating me. Like, what the fuck? I got frustrated with the waste bin, man. That's where I got like, that's where I'm like, okay, you know what? Frustration has set in. Then down my ear. Yes, that's an earring. Wait, look, it's a crescent moon. No doubt, surely. So I guess I'm presenting the left ear.
Yes!
Cool. I was going to present the right ear. Miss Pavlova, on your ear there. I think I see you have a crescent moon as well. Ah. What? And on your other ear, there seems to be a crescent moon missing. This little link holding onto it must have broken, I suppose. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there is only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have grasped the crescent moon, pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. Ah! In other words, last night, in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. Ugh. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? I think that's a niet. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. Russian, and then, when I was at last in the cabin, I could relax after this horrible long day. Meow! Dalka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Darka would not come back. Knock knock. Clunk. What are you doing here at this... What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, he's going to leave the man's cabin. Just a moment. Sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land far away east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of ballet made a deep impression on me.
But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So, you've run away? Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull... He was gonna go to the door! But she thought... Oh. Oh no. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but felt like forever. Wait! I shouted, and then... Oh! Darko jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And... he tripped as he turned around to look at me. I pushed him. Oh shit. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. And that's when you went to fetch help. When Seaman Stroganoff was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out, thud on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Beef. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." So he decided to help. And that's when he arranged things in Cosmo's cabin to make it look like it did. Look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went into cabin and I looked around to make sure nothing to show not. There was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found stowaway and wardrobe still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay blame on the stowaway. I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged young man's body to a good place and used ink spill to write on floor. I wrote wardrobe. Wrote that one, so that person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished the job. Pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway? Yes. Accordingly, the SS Beria did indeed come to an emergency halt a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt of the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery.
There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova.
But,
Well, you said that you told Cosmo about the fact you run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right?
yes.
But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem?
It was what he said first that made me scared.
What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. He was gonna call the inspector. He thought he was gonna... Okay. That was a friend of mine.
He said an inspector was his friend.
Ah, yes, meaning me. Who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard.
I thought if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could put the bell cord, I... May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make...
What doesn't seem to make sense? What? I thought we were done with this case. Is there something else?
It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I'm not Cosmo, so I can't know for certain, but... he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give you his secret away, then he wouldn't have done.
No, he was walking over to it.
Oh, okay, he's just, you know...
He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, today's work is not yet done, it seems. One more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at the moment? It's gonna come to me. Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location with the cat within this cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin had been my home for this entire voyage.
So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-san?
Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. There's one thing I've learned today. It's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. Not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following a gaze to where it lands. So when you turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Cosmo looking at? Wardrobe.
Take that!
Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Cosmo was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe.
The wardrobe?
And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly.
Ah! Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night?
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Soki intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if, between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Osogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Miss Pavlova. Hello, Batata. Thank you. It's, kind of moment ruining that you did that, but I love you for it anyway. Thank you for saying that, but we're in kind of a serious moment here. I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, man lost his life because of what you did. That will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done? And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria was finally laid to rest. 9th January, 7:14 p.m. SS Buria, first class cabin, passageway. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away. Now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Simon Stroganoff? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you. About how you lost a good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Cosmo's death feels like such a waste, but... Well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Duh. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the council to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes, I did stow away after all. Couldn't really expect anything different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it even began, then. I think that only days ago, Cosmo and I were laughing together about how we tear up the streets of London. It seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Susato. Susasha-san? Noroda-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Asanaga just told me I should pack. You know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. Oh, Susato. Still, I can't believe this happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Susato-san. Tugs. He had such grand ideas for his visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away. Just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. That it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. It's Sholmes. I wish there was something I could say. Oh, no, it's Susato, never mind. Inspector, my duty was to see Esogi-san safely to Great Britain. But I failed. Caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again, now at least. Huh? Surprise, Mr. Naruhodo? What is the meaning of this? Why did you ruin this good moment, dude? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them, for old time's sake. Shall we say you were a stowaway after all? He thinks this is funny? Mr. Sholmes, we do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences? The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan to make a full report about everything that had happened. What? Wait a minute. It's not just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, it's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of his study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. He was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Isogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no. I don't care for me, but for Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know? All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but
But anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer.
Yes. Mr. Sato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it?
But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, unless...
Are you studying law?
No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry, in that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work.
But as I said, there's still more than a month before we reach England shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, I have a month in which to study. To learn what I must become, must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo?
That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain. That he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit, too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Mr. Sato?
Smile. I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you.
So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, it's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character. No? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of the morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here.
Oh, thank you, Inspector!
If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. Hello, Batata. I need to discuss what to do next, and how best to make my report.
Oh, man. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know, everything about being a lawyer? Are you been active on Twitter Twitter lately? Yes, I have been. Why do you ask?
I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all.
Thank you.
And Mr. Naruhodo?
For curiosity. Okay, alright. I have been active on Twitter. Speaking of Twitter, I will be posting my Six Flags pictures after the stream, which is 17 minutes over. Wow.
I'd like you to take charge of this.
What?
Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations.
Very well. I accept it. I'll treasure it always. So then, Mr. Sato, seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet.
It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study.
Yes, that's exactly what I need.
But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too.
Goodness, what is it?
Please throw me to the ground.
3 times. Oh, to make up for her. Oh. What?
I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course, you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious from you to the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior.
No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away and the cabin door was locked from the inside.
No! I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. Not just once, but 5 times!
That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it?
Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it.
No, I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
I observed you throw your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? Probably multiple times. He's been places. I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling?
Oh, well, in a way. It's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujitsu technique.
Apparently it's called the Susato Takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you would be so kind to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw.
Yes, I'd be honored.
Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam.
Oh, of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry? Hiya!
As you can see, you throw from the abdomen.
Oh yes. Arresting indeed. And that's what you would term the Susato takedown, is it?
Actually, no. That was a Susato squash.
In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from the evening recently spent with Cosmo flickered into my mind. Karuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that has been passed down the generations of the Yosogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul. Ryunosuke, I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels the wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. We'll find out throughout the whole game, won't we? But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. And that was chapter fucking 2. We went 24 minutes over to finish that. So, yeah, wow, holy shit. Oops. But hey, it was worth it. As much as I complained about it at certain points, the ending definitely did get me. It was definitely a heart-wrenching end to Case. But we shall not be continuing today, because, again, we are already 24 minutes over. So, what we will be doing is we will be continuing this on my next day off, which is next Sunday. Pretty sure. Pretty sure that's my next day off. I haven't had the schedule yet. I will definitely confirm that when I get the schedule on Wednesday. On Wednesday, I will post my stream schedule for possibly the next 2 weeks. It'll probably just be like 4 dates and this game, because I really want to finish this game in general and before September hits, because that is when spooky games start. So yeah. Oh man. Anyway, well that will do it for today. That will do it for the overtime stream. But until I see you guys on, I'm assuming Sunday. Don't worry, I'll post the schedule when I have it. I hope you guys are having a wonderful night/day wherever the hell you live, and bye.
We are so glad you came. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye now. Bye. Bye-bye. Remember, please discard all candy wrappers and popcorn containers in the nearest trash receptacle.